Hey y'all, welcome to part two
Hello.
of Parallel Play, featuring Missing
Yay.
Month and the game dev here, Glaiza. We're really excited. We did kind of the first bit um, over the last episode where we really went through character creation, really took our time with that, talked about it. But a little bit about Parallel Play. We are going to be featuring solo TTRPGs on on this channel, on this show, and it's going to be me and the game dev playing it together separately, which is always going to be really fun to see where these games can take you and how much replayability that they have. And I think solo TTRPGs get so little love, and I want to at least give them a little bit in my corner of the internet. So, Glyza, why don't you introduce yourself, tell us where we can find you, and maybe give a little repeat about what Missing Month is and what it means to you.
For sure. Hey everyone, my name is Glaiza, he, they, she pronouns in the order of what makes me go he in my brain. A happy he. I do a lot of things on the internet, especially in the TTRPG space. I run games, I make games, I play in a lot of games. If you've been following Blue Sky, there have been many announcements from Fine Art Productions that I am in. That is not on purpose. I just say yes to people a lot. So if you want me to be on your games and it fits, I usually am. Yeah, let's play. I showed, I think Janis, or Janis, my games that I played in 2026, and it's 16 games. I've played 16 different characters in 2026. Anyway, all of the stuff that I do, you can find by going to connect.classicalglyza.com. If you find a classical Glyza, guess what? You found me. If you find a different Glyza, I recommend proceeding with caution. That is not a friendly Glyza. I'm gonna be in Find Out Productions with Shiv for a Blades in the Dark campaign
I
that has been, well, I guess it's like it was like teased. It wasn't really announced yet. But hey, what if you're watching? Guess what?
we
I'm
got
here. I'm
clearance. We
there.
got clearance. We could talk
We
about it.
did.
I'm
I
so excited.
we got the beans approved, and the beans
Yes.
have been spilled.
I am so excited to spill the beans, especially because it's another chance for me to return to streaming as a creature. I love playing weird little human haunted dolls. So keep an eye out for Taibsha and Multo. We're very excited to do it.
Yes, I'm very excited. I'm always excited to play haunted sad boys, and then making them sadder. Because
Look,
that's who I am.
haunted sad boys are like the one thing holding me to continuing to think men are hot. Okay, so like, thank you for this. Thank you for your service.
Honestly, yes. Yep.
So,
I like to tell people that I like very, very strong women who can break me, and very, very sad, pathetic men who are scared of me. And it that's the bisexual experience, really.
truly, truly. Uh, but anyways, before we go into the absolute most tangents, Missing Month is a solo TTRPG that you wrote, and you gave a really beautiful little overview of it last time. I'm not going to ask you to try to do it exactly, but at least let people know who are tuning in for the first time what this
Sure.
game is about.
Well, Missing Month is a love letter, honestly, from my grandmother. The little narrative thing that I wrote on the game basically tells the story of how my grandmother would bring us together and tell the stories, under candlelight. And one of those stories was about this missing month. And one night when I was remembering that story, I thought, hey, I can make a game out of this. And then I looked at my Pomodoro counter, I looked at my deck of cards, and I was just like, there's something here. And then I wrote the whole, like, the little, like, the skeleton of the game in like one day. Like the rules and all that. The prompts took much longer because that's something that you have to like really think about. But like I hyper focus so much on that one night, and now I have a game, and it's Missing Month, and it's honestly one of the best. Not to toot my own horn, one of the best solo journaling games out there.
I think
I
it's
will be
so good how much you love your own game, you know?
it's it's honest. So it's not the first game I ever made. The first game I ever made is Beef, which is it was created as a birthday gift for one of my friends, Dare. And she had told me the story. She basically summarized the whole beef between Kendrick Lamar and Drake, because I was like very curious about it and I didn't know anything. And she took the time to create a whole docu sheet and whatever. And I wanted to like honor that on her birthday. So I made that for her on her birthday, and it got released to the public during that Super Bowl. You all know what the Super Bowl what it released during that Super Bowl game. The Hey Drake. It was awesome, and that was the first game I ever made. But Missing Month is the game that I made because I wanted to create worlds, and I wanted to play with pomodoros, and I wanted to remember my grandmother, and it was just all these things that is tailored just for me. And I'm glad that people love it. I'm glad that people who play it, I've heard good things, that they enjoy it. But the fact that I love it, I've already succeeded, because I have been playing Missing Month since I made it. Like, I haven't been playing it every day. I have like multiple characters made. I have multiple worlds made since I released it and since I made it. So I'm Missing Month's #1 fan. Like, and I think I think that's very rare, but honestly, I just love it. And I hope that I'm glad more and more people are discovering it. But it's a success because I love it already.
Look, as somebody who has done a lot of creative endeavors, when you can look back on something you've made and go, yeah, like it's a huge deal, because so much of, I mean, even just our own conditioning is just, you can't be proud of a thing. You have to find the flaws. And I'm like, I'll tell you, I spent all week putzing around with it. I had another alternate going in my notebook just when I had time.
Oh,
I'm
nice.
trying to
How did you
do
like
this
it?
thing. I love it. I'm trying to do this thing where I'm looking at social media less, because
Oh, nice.
my desire to stay informed and my desire to stay sane are currently at odds with each other. So when I started to feel a little overwhelmed, I would just pull out the Missing Month that I was working on. I'm still working through it. Like, I just kind of would do like one prompt or whatever, and just kind of, it's so nice to just kind of sit and think of another world when we live here. So
Yeah. I'm
but
actually really glad to hear that. I'm glad that you're playing it on the side as well. God, it's such a replayable game, isn't it? Like, just the different, like, even like if you pick up, like, that's the whole reason, like, we're doing, like, I'm really glad we're showing it on parallel play, because we are picking up the same prompts, the same times, and we're coming up with two very different worlds, because we're two very different writers, and we're two very different, different headspaces and all that. It's just it's a very interesting time, really.
and honestly, I think that's kind of the beauty. This idea I had for the show was just kind of a throw something out that was pretty low prep and something relatively easy to run, and it ended up turning into this really interesting way to show the replayability of solo TTRPGs by doing it in tandem. So I'm really kind of jazzed about it. You love this game. I'm really proud of this show. So here we go.
Yeah, we're both really, really proud of the things that we've made. So get on board, guys, because you're already late on the hype train.
And I was just thinking, it was funny. My wife Lena pointed this out to me earlier. She goes, next time you do a parallel play with like prompts and stuff, you should encourage chat to play along. And so if you are somebody who feels like, I want to join in, like, absolutely, the timer's the same, we are live, you can do it along with us. And if you feel like it, you can, show it off. Post about it in chat. You can do it in the chat box or whatever. Like, I think it would be really fun to show where we all kind of take these very kind of open-ended prompts. So feel free. And we are currently in the missing month, where we are going to be our characters, who I have established mine as Gwenny, a baker and maybe a bit of a workaholic, has found herself in a strange place with insect-like creatures that she thinks are fairies, but entirely unsure. And we've got Glaiza's character.
We've got Jasper, who is a gardener and has an idealistic view in life, and does not like money because he's a very idealistic boy. A little bit of the opposite of our Gwenny here, who is a workaholic. Not that Gwenny loves money. Gwenny has to have money. That's different. Jasper needs to wake up to life around him, but that's what we're doing here. That's what we're playing here. But Jasper is an idealistic 21-year-old who just wants to build gardening. It's like an interior designer, but outside in a garden, and loves plants and different small animals that live in gardens. So that's who are the two characters we made today.
I am obsessed with Jasper because I know a character that starts so idealistic can fall so far.
I mean, I don't have, and the beauty of Missing Month is I don't know what prompts we're gonna get, and I don't know how we're going to discover Jasper. And honestly, that's how I play a lot of my characters. I don't know how they're gonna be until I play them, and I'm very excited to see where our characters are gonna go. You know.
So we were on the first prompt, or the first round of prompts, where we wrote for about 30 minutes cumulatively, kind of establishing where we were. And then we did our first return home prompt, which is probably the hardest part because we only had a minute to do so.
We only had a minute, and it was somebody we hated. And I was just well, gotta die when we can.
So much fun. It honestly was probably one of the hardest flexes I ever had as a writer. It's like, you have to put an entire enemy in essentially less than a paragraph. So that was really fun. So we are now on the second round, where we are going to be pulling cards to essentially hit those prompts to see how we're. So we've already started at 30, and we're going to do essentially another 30, if that's what I'm.
Another 30.
And when we hit 60 minutes total.
So we can go a little bit over an hour or a little bit less than an hour, as close to 60 minutes total. Because right now we're a total of 23.
So I'm going to go ahead and pull our first prompt. I'm using the deck of cards generator that Glaiza so lovingly included in the document, because apparently I can't find regular playing cards, but I got 60 tarot decks sitting next to me right here.
I have included everything you would need to play in the document. There's a link for a timer if you don't have a pretty little Spirit City thing. There's a timer there that you can use, and I've tested it. It works great. There's a deck of cards that you can click on. It works great as well. It's not pretty, but it works. So they're all there, and they're all free, so you don't even have to pay for anything. So
I pulled our first card for our first prompt tonight, which is the 9 of Hearts.
The 9 of Hearts. All right, let me write that down here on my thing. What is the prompt for the 9 of Hearts?
The 9 of Hearts, which is going to give us 9 minutes to write, is in what you had said. The hearts was kind of more the
focused on different people that you meet.
Yeah. So the 9 of Hearts is a speech is being shouted in the streets and in your ears. Who is talking? Are people listening? Do you listen? So I'm going to go ahead and cue on up a 9-minute timer and overshoot it by a bit. And then we are going to go ahead and ready?
Yep.
All right. Let me make sure I get my stuff queued up. So, 9 minutes on the clock. Let's go. Just finishing my sentence. I know.
Same. I was like, I would just finish your sentence too.
I'm being that person on Bake Off that's like, I'm just gonna
I'm just gonna be like, oh, I don't have time. The sentence that I want.
Oh my god. First, I thought 9 minutes was too much, and then I hit
And then
a
you
roll.
just get into it more and more, and you're like, oh wait, I'm not done. There's more that I have to say. Wait.
So, where do we find Jasper hearing a speech?
So Jasper suddenly is in the middle of like a square type area, and suddenly he's a little bit confused because he's like learning that, okay, I didn't even get to tell what's his name that I don't like him, and I'm back here again in this world, and apparently when I'm there I don't remember stuff, so that's strange. So he's trying to learn more about like the travel and what's happening. When he hears somebody talking, there's this world is connected to another world, and Jasper's like, oh, word, really? Let me listen and hear more about what you're saying. But nobody else wants to listen to him. It feels like this is not a speech that was said like for the first time ever. It feels like one of those like this is a constant person speaking this certain message regularly, right? As people are not listening, pointedly not listening to the guy talking. And so Jasper starts asking the guy questions, and there's like little scoffing and laughter, like, oh, you're taking this guy seriously. And then the guy goes, yeah, it's connected to an evil world, and only the evil can travel here. And Jasper's like, well, that doesn't sound like me. I don't think I'm evil. I feel like I'm normal. I feel like I'm okay. Maybe it's those insect people. And then he tries to dig into his pocket to see if there's like more messages from him, like from Jasper. There was none. It was just plant and thorns from like a plant that he does not recognize. And when he looks up, the speaker can be nowhere, is nowhere to be seen, and no one seems to be looking for him. No one seems to care, and he's just gone. I decide that it's about time for me to leave the square, is my last sort of sentence.
Amazing. Okay. I don't want to say similar. Like, it just seems like when you're in some sort of fantasy world, town square is where you would hear speeches. So that is the same. I have at least established that the creatures here are not as terrifying as what chased her in the first bit, but they're not human either. So I've established that, and she's starting to realize that she's getting an understanding of the language. And so at least catching that whatever those things that chased her are self-assigned law enforcement and not any answering to anyone really, and just terrorizing people. And there's no, like, the set of laws that they're enforcing is not ones that people know. So you don't know if you're breaking the law and summoning them. And they have a true name that she can't even make with her mouth. And like the names of the things in this place, she can't, like, she doesn't have the anatomy to make the sounds. And so she can understand the language and at least try to communicate a little bit, but it's still a very tenuous grasp. But we have at the end, it was there is an exchange that my tenuous grasp on the language even struggles with. Something within me says, if I set the stone aside, I'll know. Because I had her have the stone that helped remind her of who she was. And so I'm like kind of angling for that Fae angle of just leave yourself behind, it's fine. You'll fit in.
Yeah.
So, like, I was just like, I'm still pulling from the things. I didn't read over any of this from last week, so I'm just pulling from what I remember from what we did last time. And I was like, I remember the stones and I remember the scary things. So
same. I think I'm also just now remembering as we're talking. I did not understand the words that the guys were saying earlier in my previous thing, and I'm like, wait a minute, why do I understand them now? So I'm gonna play around with that with the next card that we pull, honestly, because that feels like a thing to discover. So it's fun.
I am having the best time.
Normally, we take like a 5-minute break, really, to just sort of like forget what we wrote, but that's okay.
Mhm.
For the purpose of our parallel play, we don't have to
Mhm.
take the whole 5-minute break.
We can take
I
a
feel like
little
us.
chit chat, a little.
I
I
feel like the recap is a good break time
right,
for us. You know.
right.
Yeah.
Um, I'm having like it's very funny. I kind of as soon as it was like another world, and maybe it's just because I am actively working on a story about Fae. Like I immediately go to the fairy realm. I go with the fair folk, but I always love taking that and making it scary because most people think fairies and it's like ooh tee little things with wings, and I'm like, look,
Oh yeah.
I was raised by an Irish woman, and I was raised
Yeah.
to say nothing to the Fae. So for some reason, when
They're
it's like
terrifying.
otherworldly horror, I'm like immediately going to fairy, and like I still at 36 do not cross into a fairy ring. No matter whether I tell myself it's real or not, I'm just like I'm not taking my
Doing
chances.
that. It's the same thing for me and we call them duende in the Philippines.
Mhm.
I'm like one of the things that when you pass this little mound of dirt near trees, you always have to say like tabi tabi po, which is like excuse me, I'm just passing, and I do that all the time because that is polite and you don't want to make them angry. Whether I believe it or not, it's just part of my culture. It doesn't matter.
Mhm.
I have to do it. I just like my brain is like my grandmother has trained me to be like
Right.
gotta be polite. You don't wanna, and I'm just like, you know what? Better safe than sorry. I just wanna. All you really have to say is excuse me as you're
Right.
passing. It's fine, So I do that too.
Look, okay, we're in a world. We're in a world where if I answer my phone for a number I don't know, it could be someone trying to steal my voice. And you can't tell me that's some fey bullshit.
That's some magic shit.
And
That's
so
some
when someone
scary
says, "Can I
magic.
have your name?" I will say, "You can call me Shiv," because that was the immediate thing I was taught as a child. You do not say my name is, but someone says, "Can I have your name?" If they say, "What's your
Yeah.
name?" you can say it, but not, "Can I have your name?" No, it's, "You can call me this."
Yeah. No. You can't have my name. Unless it's a name you want to give up, then absolutely.
Right.
Here's the name. I will give that up to you. You can have it.
Look, the internet joke of a fairy asked me, "Can I have your attention?" when you were a child, and that's how I got ADHD. That predated that predated Tumblr in my family. Okay, like my grandmother made that joke to me.
Oh man.
She says, "I'm
Uh,
pretty sure your attention span got taken by the Fae when I was very young." So
Correct. That's a lot of and that might be what happened to a lot of kids too. Like they're just like their teachers were actually fan. They're like, "Can I have your attention?" And all of the kids are like, "Sure." And then that's that's us. That's what happened.
look, there was. I'm gonna go on a little tangent here. I was like, wait, because wasn't there like a really popular song in the '90s? Wasn't it Eminem, Real Some Shady. Doesn't he say, "Can I
Oh
have your attention, please?"
yeah.
Is that why all of us have freaking ADHD?
Eminem is Faye. Do not
Eminem's
trust
a
him.
Fae.
I'm sorry. You
Allegedly,
already
for
have.
legal reasons, that's a joke.
This is
Took them after
you already
me,
has
Mr.
it. It's too
Mathers.
late. You're 90s. It's too late. You lost. It's so sorry.
I was like, wait, why do
Now
all
we're just
millennials have
dropping.
ADHD?
If we
Oh.
disappear, Eminem did it. If Shiv and I disappear, it's all Eminem's fault. You can
You know,
quote me on that.
fellow
Eminem did it.
TTRPGs and off-the-wall conspiracy theories about Marshall Mathers. This is what you come here for.
Welcome to Parallel Play. This is what we do.
Hey, we've gotten this far. I've gotten it through an entire episode and a good portion of episode 2. I have not mentioned corpses once, okay? I want everyone to be proud of me. You have not gotten a corpse fun fact in nearly 5 hours of me doing this, okay?
Feels like it's gonna happen pretty soon. Feels like it's getting there.
If we had a caregiver instead of a creative prompt for the occupation, this would have been a funeral director and not a baker, okay? I can't help myself. But let's do our next prompt, because I think
Let's do our next prompt.
fit our time. So we are going to shuffle the deck. And we have the King of Spades. So it's going to be 10 minutes. No. Did we do?
We already used the King of Spades.
Okay. Sorry, I have refreshed the page so it's not pulling out the cards that I pulled. Excuse me, sir. Okay. Jack of Spades. Apparently wants us to do spades.
We have not gotten the Jack of Spades, so we will do the Jack of Spades.
11 minutes, and our prompt. Yeah, apparently the deck today says y'all gonna be in danger. Okay. Oh. Fascinating. Okay. The Jack of Spades, 11 minutes on the clock. You take out your favorite snack. Before you can bite, however, it gets slapped from your hands by your companion. Why do they do that?
My favorite
I already
snack.
know where I'm going with this.
How did I bring my favorite snack? How did I? It's fine.
Now here's the
It's fine.
question. Is it your favorite snack from home, or is it your favorite snack in your new spot?
Correct. You can answer it however you want. Did you bring a snack somehow here? Somehow you have a snack and it has become your favorite. Or it's a snack you brought. And who slaps the thing out of your hand?
Well, I guess we'll find out. Let's do 11 minutes on the clock. You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. Time. What did Gwenny do? During the slapping of your favorite snack to the ground.
So I literally was hot off the heels of saying I was raised around fairy rules and how to interact with the fae, and then it's like, your companion slaps food out of your hand. Well, one of the big fairy stories is you don't eat food when you're beyond the veil. So she was going to eat a snack that she stole off a windowsill the first day she was there, and found another one suddenly in her pocket. And then her companion slaps it out of her hand and essentially explains that, like, the more you eat this particular snack, the less you are able to escape this place. And her companion manages to get out the name Jeremy, which has then put the fucking brilliant thing of, he explains you can, like, mitigate your hunger by eating off the land. And she's like, okay, so I can eat, like, the foliage. And he's like, no, here's some dirt. And she's like, literally eat the land. Oh, fuck off. And
I do that.
And so I take the dirt. It tastes like dirt. And Jeremy says it's unpleasant. She goes, you fucking think, Jeremy? And I'm like, I'm so glad I gave this thing a name. Because now it's just gonna be, this is the person who's like on hour 8 of like a double, just absolutely done with everything, and they are still in the weeds. So that is the energy here. And I had so much fun with this one. And at the end, I remembered from last time, like I said, I didn't read any of this, that she had that weird book that she grew up reading. And so I had that little thing spark in the back of her head in this. So that's nice. Fun. What'd Jasper get up to? Why can't he eat his snack?
Jasper, while he was walking out of the town square, suddenly started to smell the sweetest smell of a crepe, which is his favorite snack. It's Nutella and banana filling, and he was just like, what the fuck? And he took it out of it, and he could smell it from his pocket. And he was like, what? And he took it out of his pocket, and he's like, what? How? What? Why is it in my pocket? So he's just like, okay. And as he's about to take a bite, the speaker, who just disappeared moments ago, comes out of nowhere, slaps it out of his hand, and he's like, don't eat that. And Jasper's like, what the fuck is happening? Where am I? What is going on? Who are you? Why did you do that? And this guy's like, also, how come I can understand you? And the guy goes, that's normal for world travelers like us. That's why the insect head were so adamant about finding you, because they could understand you in their language. They, they could, only other people hear the language of, whatever. And Jasper went, what? Because that's exactly what what I typed. Like, you're not making any sense right now to me, Jasper says to the guy. And he goes, don't worry about it. Do you have a card? And then Jasper's like, oh, you mean the card? And shows the card where he wrote it. And the guy grabs it and rips it apart. And Jasper is pissed, right? Because he's like, I don't know you. You just threw away 2 things that made sense. My favorite snack and this card. Like, what? Like, I don't know if I should trust you. I don't, like, you have done nothing right now to make me trust you. And then he goes, and the guy goes, I know. And they shake their head, and I'll explain later, but we really need to get out of here. Would you trust me? And the last line I wrote was, I really shouldn't, but, well, they had a nice smile. So I was just like, okay, I've made the speaker a love interest, I think. So I don't know.
Well, I had the thought of, like, look, we were discussing this while we were getting tech set up, is I read a lot of romance. I'm going to tell on myself on main here. Come for the TTRPG, get these. Shiv admits she reads monster fucker romance on stream. I was like, look, I've already described these things as being kind of monstery, and I was like, I gave Jeremy a name, and I'm like, God damn it, I know I'm going to hurtle quickly towards that. So I should probably describe what Jeremy looks like at some point. All we know is not human and long fingers, which my monster girlies will know. Love. So.
Great. You do so much things with those fingers.
Well, I will have to see what I can do with those fingers to still stay Twitch affiliate, okay? That's just all I'm gonna say.
So one of the worlds that I made, and I'm actually playing it right now. It's on my website. One of the stories that I've been playing Missing Month. And one of the worlds that I visited and I made was a world that was obsessed with romance. And I turned it into horror because the guy who comes into this world, his name is Bandit. And the people were like, oh, like I pulled a prompt where it was like one of the first people that meets him is like, oh, my true love. What do you feel when you say that? And how do you feel if you just appear in a world and suddenly someone's claiming that they're your true love? I made it creepy. So this guy now looks exactly like a crush that he has in his own world, but it's not. Anyway, I've made a rom-com sort of world, but it's scary, and that's one of the worlds that I've built in using Missing Month.
I will say, like, I mean, the reality is, and there's all these jokes all over the internet about if somebody spoke to me the way, like, the male main characters speak to the female main characters in a romance novel, I would call the police. So, like, that's really fun. I like that as a concept. I might do my own version of your own version of Missing Month. That's fun.
It's just really fun to play around with the different tropes that, you know, that exist. Like, there's this, because I'm an anime pervert. There's this one anime that I really, really love. And it's also like, I think they've turned it into a live action boys love thing. This guy gets isekai'd into a world where everyone is like just falling in love, and it's a boys love manga area, and he just wants to live his life. He just wants to be a normal student doing a normal school life, and he's spending his time just avoiding tropes. He avoids the teacher, he avoids the bully, and he is spending his time matchmaking people so he does not get pulled into a romance story, because that is the world that he's in, and it is the best thing ever.
That sounds really fun. I would love that. It also feels like, what's that? There's another one where it's like the obvious protag avoiding being a protag. Like, it's the refusal of the call is really fun when you are in a world that you're like, oh my god, I do not want to be part of this.
Yeah, I don't want to be. I will refuse. This is terrible. I don't want this. None of this is good. I just want to go home for real, and that's fun to play around as well.
That's really yeah. Like, I think what I might do, because like we were talking before stream, I'm reading a book called How to Lose a Goblin in 10 Days. It's a lot of fun. I really like the lore that they kind of pepper in and all that, and the world feels very much like, you know, a love letter to the Shire, essentially, because it's a halfling and a goblin. And I'm like, I kind of love these, like, yeah, like taking these tropes that I know, taking these worlds that I know, and approaching them as if they're new. And like we talked last time about doing a fantasy character winding up in Texas. And like,
that sounds hella fun.
You can create from scratch, but you can also just have a new perspective looking at a world you know. And so like that's kind of the fun I've seen with Missing Month. Like, with it being kind of a love letter to your grandmother, it is a little bit my version that I'm doing right now to mine, because of how much I had both the fear of God and the fear of the fair folk put in me. So like, but I did go ahead and pull our next card, which is the 5 of Diamonds, which is going to put us near our next going home or return home.
I mean,
Yeah, double check me on
I
it.
just want, I did list down the cards that we pulled last week, and I don't remember the 5 of diamonds. Okay, 5 of diamonds, and then our total time was 43.
So we'll probably do 5 of diamonds and one more going home or return home.
I think we can do one more prompt before going home after this one.
So the
We're
5 of
49
diamonds,
minutes, right?
yeah.
Okay.
Give or take.
Yeah, I think we can play after this. We can play one more prompt and then a return home scenario.
Yeah, unless I pull another face card, which I seem to be pulling like crazy.
Which would be hilarious.
So 5 of diamonds. Diamonds, you said, was culture. Resources, right? That's
resources. Culture was clubs.
Clubs, okay.
And I'm gonna tell you why I chose this. Diamonds because money. Clubs because at that time I was writing it. That sounds like groups. That sounds like
no. Like as soon as you said clubs, I was like, oh, I see the
club. That feels like that's what we would do. And then spades, I was just like, danger. The blacks, danger.
Right.
Well, right. That's what I was thinking.
Look,
that's why a lot of the spades are danger, and then the hearts were people.
We're gonna get some Shiv lore. This is just apparently I'm just gonna tell about myself on main. There was a bar that I used to go to for karaoke, and we always knew it was last call, last song, when the kitchen staff would come out and perform the Ace of Spades. And what we would do as the regulars was disrespect our surroundings, which really was just us knocking all over the chairs so then the kitchen staff could flip them up onto the tables. And so, like, yeah, ace, nice. spades, like, you know, like, danger. I don't know. It made sense to me, even including my own lore in it.
It's fun. Like, I was trying to think, like, I was trying to think of, like, an overall, like, because, like, a part of me was like, how am I going to do these prompts? There has to be a theme for them. There has to be something so that it's easy for me to write. And also I had to, like, think about, like, can I write something in a minute with certain prompts? So, like, the time and all that, it would just made it easier for me to come up with the prompts if I knew what I was targeting with the suits. There's no like I know a lot of people, like, when they're making tarot games, they have like, oh, the feeling of the cups. There's none of that with Missing Month. I just was like, hearts seem like people because people have hearts. Clubs sounds like club and group, and yeah, let's do culture for that one. Spades is danger because it's a spade, and somebody's running at you with a spade. That's a bad idea. And diamonds is money, so resources.
Yeah. In a weird way, you've also almost copied tarot suits without doing it, and I'm not going to start my tarot info dump. I'm really not. It's like if you were doing playing card readings like divination, you're actually pretty on the money of what those things would mean.
Awesome! Look at me being a tarot reader.
Look at you, your divination skills. I'm so proud of you. Yeah, I might know a little bit about tarot. I got the death card tattooed on my forearm, just a little bit. Hey, if you're a solo TTRPG dev that does a tarot-based game, hit me up.
There's so many. Chat, let's play some tarot games. Let Shiv show off some tarot games. I know there's so many out there, because a lot of them exist, and I have so many tarots as well.
Shameless plug. If you make a thing, contact me. Blue Sky's the easiest. But we pulled the 5 of diamonds, which is a very interesting prompt for me. And once again, it keeps, like, I wrote a baker, and we keep having food-related things, which just feels so in tune. But the sounds of celebrating almost distract you from the dish in front of you. Something you've never seen before. Describe it, and do you taste it? Which is a very interesting one to get after the previous prompt.
So there was a celebration, and there's a sound of celebration, and then suddenly there's a dish in front of you. What was it? I wrote this. I just don't remember what I wrote.
Yep. If I remembered everything I wrote, I'd do a lot better in school. It's the sounds of celebrating almost distract you from the dish in front of you. Something you've never seen before. Describe it, and do you taste it?
Okay.
Okay. And we are
All
doing
right, I'm ready for that.
Yeah,
5 minutes.
5 minutes on the clock. Let's go. I might read bits from this one because I really liked it. I liked this because I really like playing into the like loss of self and trying to stay grounded. Um, the I mean, we start with don't eat it, do not eat it, you eat dirt. Remember, you eat dirt. That was fun. I liked writing
That was funny.
But trying like it's the Simon's Call, right? It's this thing in front of you. It's a culinary masterpiece. It's a you can identify very like advanced baking techniques in it and that kind of stuff. But I think when I start talking about home was where I really liked. I remember a story from home. Home, yes, I'm from somewhere else. Alice in Wonderland, a favorite. It had too many adaptations. The cookies made her bigger, or was it smaller? I don't recall. I try very hard to remember the character names to keep myself from digging into this cake. Is it cake? That was a whole trend back home. This isn't cake. It's a trap. The cake is a lie. I try to cling on to every reference I can muster to remember home.
Nice. Did you eat it or did you didn't eat it?
I don't answer that. I say, just one bite can't hurt, can it? It smells so good. And I never finish out whether or not she ate it.
Nice.
I had a lot of fun with this one, especially hot on the heels of what I had established in the previous prompt.
Exactly. For me, I basically just appeared again. Jasper just appeared again in a tavern after saying, "Well, I trust you. You have a nice smile," and then just suddenly, blink of an eye, he's in like this room, and there seems to be a big party happening, and he looks up and he sees the speaker, the one who spoke to the people in the town square, who knocked off his favorite snack, and he is like being congratulated. He is probably the one being celebrated here, and people are, which is very different from what it was in the town square, where nobody wanted to talk to him, nobody wanted to listen to them, all that. So they apparently noticed Jasper for the first time and is shocked. And Jasper looks down at his table, and there is a spaghetti. Sort of. I described. This is what I said it looked like.
Let me hear it. I want to hear.
Let me see. What did I say? I don't know what this is. It looks like spaghetti, but it's definitely not spaghetti. It smells like flowers, but I can't seem to pinpoint what type of flowers. I look up and see the speaker still staring at me. I point at the dish with a raised eyebrow, as if asking if I could eat this, remembering what they did last time. They looked and nod swiftly. I really hope that meant I could eat this, because I'm going to. And I take a quick bite. It's a very sour dish. And suddenly, Jasper can understand everybody in it. And that's where I ended it. I don't know what that'll mean. And we'll see. Really, we're just like entering the world of food.
I mean, look, as someone who reads, okay, look, it's going to be books today. Apparently that's today. I read a really incredible book. I'm still kind of working through it because it's a hard read. It's called Crying in H Mart. Okay, if you've never read Crying in H Mart, anyone in chat,
I've been to H Mart and I've cried a lot. So that sounds like something
please read this book. It is the lead singer of a band called Japanese Breakfast. She is half Asian, half white, and this is about her losing her mother, who was kind of her one tie to her culture, and then losing her mother, and then feeling like she lost her culture, and then finding it again through food. And it is incredible. It is a tough read, but it is so good. And addressing approaching the world as somebody who is half white and half Asian and not really belonging to either community and stuff.
It's a very interesting.
I'm as white as the moon's ass, okay? But I don't know, something about this book just absolutely resonates in just this. I don't know. She's an amazing writer, And it's very funny because when she describes the time in her life when she was going through this and the house she lived in and stuff, my wife and I lived in a house that sounded exactly like this. And the exact same year, we had kind of a bit of a moment when we were like, no, literally, we had animals die on the wall too. What happened? Was that just like a thing in like 2015? So Crying in H Mart talks about the reconnection of culture and culture just being probably the most obvious in food. So it's really awesome that so many of your prompts include it. Even if they're not the cultural prompts, it's a really good way to get to know a world. So,
And honestly, it's also I like to refer to myself as a trash can where I would eat anything really. The only thing that I have a hard time eating is spicy food. But honestly, like food is so important to me. I feel like you could tell whether someone is very open to culture, whether they're willing, like not to be like because there are certain people that can't just eat whatever, like
right.
right, but a person's attitude towards food they don't recognize is very interesting to me. You could tell whether someone is a open-minded or not based on their attitude towards the food. Definitely, like there are people who can't eat the foods, whatever allergies or whatever, but that
Right.
doesn't mean that they have to be like, oh, ew, about it. Like you just can't eat it. But the
Yeah.
way they're looking at the food, the way the food is made, can really tell for me what kind of person
Oh, I
someone
mean,
is.
for sure. Like, I mean, the thing is I grew up in a very, like, almost 50-50 Asian community, white community. And it was like the affluent white people and the Asian people were like literally butting up against each other. And when the kind of flip over to it being kind of 50-50, you could tell who in the affluent white community was not digging that suddenly there were a lot of Asian things around and the way they spoke about the food specifically. And I was the complete opposite because it also kind of like the H Mart opened the year I discovered Naruto. Okay, it was the greatest day of my life. And so like it's just it's kind of, you can say, oh, it's not for me, versus judging people by what they eat, like.
Yeah.
And I'm somebody who does have texture issues. I'm somebody who does have certain flavors that just do not agree with me, but I always approach everything with, I'll try it once. I don't like eel, not particularly fond of octopus, but I'll eat just about everything else. Like, and it's just kind of interesting. Yeah,
I
like,
think I think it's also like in a way where you're like you you're learning the world. Like for me, the way I sound, it sounds like I'm an American who grew up in America and have only eaten American food and whatever, but I haven't. My cultural upbringing is very Filipino. Spaghetti for me is sweet and a little bit spicy.
I love
Yeah.
spaghetti.
Filipino spaghetti is the best. And that's because I grew up with Filipino spaghetti. For
Mm,
me, I don't order spaghetti here in America because I have ordered it before and it's never what I expected. So
mm.
it's just it's also just like the way you grew up and the it's one of those things that really is tells you so much about a culture, food really, like how it's prepared, how it came about, the recipes. It's very important
You know,
part of
I cite my Irish heritage because I'm really only like 2.5 really generations removed from County Cork. But my upbringing was very much, and I can say this, Irish American, because there is a very big difference in culturally Irish foods from Ireland and Irish American foods. Like, you ask an American what's an Irish food, they're going to say something like corned beef and cabbage, but that is specifically Irish American. And I can go on a whole thing about how corned beef and cabbage is Irish American with Jewish influences, but we don't have to go through my whole diatribe about this. But it was like, because Ireland didn't have beef, so when they came to the States, they were like, oh my god, we need to figure out how to cook this because now we can actually have this because all their beef went to the English. And so like that's also another thing, is like there is a difference between somebody who comes from a community very closely associated with the home nation versus being that heritage in America. And like when I tell people like I'm Irish, I'll always say I'm Irish American because that was the culture I was raised in.
And it's also, I can see that in like Filipino and Filipino Americans, right? Filipino Americans are very, very different from Filipinos. And I am very Filipino because I grew up in the Philippines with the Filipino culture. The things, and I sound like I'm Filipino American. So it's me learning to also relate to the people here, the diaspora here, because they're also as Filipino, as very Filipino as I am. And I also like to talk to like actual Filipinos who do not have the same language. The way I sound is a privilege. Like it affords me certain privileges that people who do not have the same accent as I do have. And that is also something that is a lot of people like in the Philippines, when you sound like I do, you are given like all of the benefits. You are considered smart, you are treated really well, and like people expect so much out of you. They think you're like so smart. But those Filipinos are also very, very intelligent. They're so very smart, and there's just so much things that the language and how you sound and the food that you prepare. Filipino Americans are very, very Filipino. They're also different from Filipinos who grew up in third culture or third culture kids. Like, I'm more of a Filipino third culture kid because I grew up under very Filipino parents, but I didn't grow up in the Philippines. I grew up in Brunei, in a different culture. And then I'm very different, but I'm also very different from the Filipinos who grew up, you know, from the Philippines and then traveled the world as immigrants, as adults. You know, like it's so hard to find someone like me. And I'm constantly searching for it. There's only two people that myself and my best friend, who also did the same thing, basically grew up in Brunei as a Filipino and then went to college in the Philippines and sounds like me. So it's so interesting how different so many people are, and yet the intersectionality is so nice. And that's also like the thing that I want to bring to my games. I want everything I do to be so Filipino that you can just be like, oh, this is the most Filipino thing ever. The narrative is so very Filipino. The questions that I have, it may not be as obvious, but every single thing that I've put out, I've made is Filipino, because I want more people to connect to it, to find it. I want to find people like me, in exactly like me, which is really hard to find.
I was actually just about to comment on, I think when you're writing the other worlds, when you're doing Missing Month, you really give a lot of thought into the influences like of microculture, essentially, like the micro influences of culture. Because like when you're writing about a world you've never been to, it's like everyone knows this is happening and knows this, like, you know, like we know there's one moon and several oceans, but someone who's never been to our planet wouldn't know that coming out the gate. That's something we're taught so young and so like ubiquitously, that like if someone's like, what do you mean there's only one moon, they sound like a crazy person. And so like being that crazy person of sorts in this other world you're doing, you're like, oh well, then you can kind of then take a look at, like, apply that lens to your own culture, to a culture in your own world, like, and see it a little bit more, you know, I mean, it's they always say a world traveler is going to be a much more open-minded person. Like, if you leave home, you're going to know more.
It's also the same way that, like, if you've noticed, like, the way I made my character creation and the way the prompts of the world is, it's more focused on learning the little things of the world that, you know, that, like, I don't know, like, how many like, I don't have a prompt here where it's how many nations are there,
Right.
Are there magical creatures? It's all about the little stuff of the world. So you can put so many things about this world, and you're getting to know the world as if you grew up in that world, which is
Right.
my intention with Missing Month. Like by the end of it, you feel like this is a world that you grew up in. You just know all of the little things about it.
It's really such a fascinating, like, instead of taking a giant picture of it, it's almost like doing like macro photography on little bits of it. And it's a lot of fun because it's also the weakest part of my writing and the weakest part of my gameplay and all of that is world building. And this is giving me so many prompts to then think of, instead of, the DM's guide, write a pantheon, name your nations, draw your map. And I'm like, well, how do I determine those things? Like, I know what I'd worship here, but like, if it's a totally different world, what do they put on pedestals and why? So like, yeah, it's really helping me flex my world building muscles, and I'm having a lot of fun with it. And people who struggle with world building, I highly suggest this as at least an exercise for you to start seeing the things that would affect your characters or your players if you're running a game more intimately than just what's the pantheon and how many countries are there.
Who's the king? How many families?
Right.
And I think that was because same thing. Like I love history books. I love, like, I'm the dork that would buy history books and just learn about, like, I love encyclopedias and stuff like that. But you never really got to live in it. And so when I made Missing Month, I was like, I really want to feel the reason is I want to feel like the character that you made lived in that world, because that would then make saying goodbye worth it. The pain that you feel either way would matter. Because you can say goodbye to like a map and the pantheons, but
Right.
the world you lived in, and you're never gonna visit again, that makes it worth just a little bit more feeling there,
And it's like kind of one of those things that instead of thinking, oh, I'm going to write this world as if these characters, my players, whatever, are going to spend their time in the political climate or whatever, like, are they going to go to parliament or whatever they have? And it's like, more than likely, they're going to spend their time in shops and taverns, which is where you're going to actually see what the world makes.
You know how the taverns work. You know how the people work. You know how culture is. So you get to have all of these things already built into the world that you make. And you get to make a character that you've left behind, or, I think it's a really good world building tool if you're looking for like for example, you run out, writers never run out of ideas, but if you want to flesh out your world a little bit more, this is a good game for you, I think.
Yeah. And if you're someone like me who likes to flex muscles in directions it doesn't usually go, like, it really is going to, like, once I'm done with this one game that I have going that I did over this last week, I really want to do someone from fantasy winding up in modern, like, USA.
That's gonna be so good.
Because then you really kind of have to think of the microculture and like those kind of things, and like, yeah, I'll have a good time. I'm having the best time. I have pulled our next card, which is going to put us, I think, at exactly 60 minutes.
Oh, nice.
It's an 8 of clubs, which we haven't done a lot of clubs, so I'm very excited.
We have not. Are we at exactly 60 then?
I think that put us exactly at 60 with an 8.
So we're at 49 minutes earlier with the 5-minute. And then that means
49, 57, not exactly 60. Don't trust me to do math. I'm too gay to do math.
Close enough. Close enough. I
am all about rounding numbers.
I'm just like, there we go. See, I really shouldn't. This is the closest thing you get to math in Missing Month, by the way. This is the closest thing, just counting how many minutes you've spent. 8 of clubs.
Oh my goodness, I have entirely too many tabs open. What might be? um, okay, so we've got this. We've got 8 minutes on the clock. Where's my? There it is. So we are going to look at clubs, which we have talked about as clubs. It's people. It's
Culture,
gatherings.
religion, all that.
Culture. Ah,
I tried it.
this is fun. On the 8th hour of the day, some of the people in this world participate in a prayer. What do they pray for, and how do they do it?
Oh man, that was one of the. That was an interesting prompt. I don't know where it came from, but I knew I looked at the number. I was just like, all right. 8th hour of the day. That feels right. 8 of clubs. Let's do this. Prayer.
Well, and to before we start the timer, it's kind of one of those things. The 8th hour of the day. Well, where do they count the beginning of the day? Is it at dawn?
How do they count the 8th
Do they
hour?
count at
Is
midnight?
it the same?
Like,
Is it 60 minutes?
yeah.
How do you know it's 8th hour? Again, these are the things that you could think about while you're playing the game and while you're building it. So, again, Missing Month is one of the best solo journaling games out there. Trust me, I made it.
Trust me, I know. Okay, so we're gonna do 8 minutes on the clock.
8 minutes on the clock. Let's go.
Go.
I was just finishing a sentence. Just finishing
I just put a period. It was just a period.
the
Hollywood took
just adding a period and some dashes or whatever. I wasn't writing more stuff, guys. Do it. You can do whatever you want, really. It's your game. It's your world.
Look, yeah, no one's standing over you. This isn't the SAT.
Oh man, that is part 2. We finished part 2. Well, no, return home. Let me tell you a little bit about what Jasper learned during the 8-hour of the 8-hour prayer. You had me thinking while we were talking about like the 8-hour stuff, like how they do clocks, and I just said that okay, there are only 8 numbers in this clock, and whenever it reaches, and there's only one hand, whenever it reaches that one hand, they bow their heads and they say a small prayer. And I haven't worded the exact wording of the prayer, but I asked Jasper asked Alvin, the speaker, because I was just tired of writing the speaker, what that meant. And apparently, according to Alvin, the people were praying in a way to open their world to visitors, not realizing that it has already happened. And Alvin was actually disgusted by this because he was like, you don't want your world to open. That's how you got the insect man. In my head, I was thinking of that one scene in Archer where they're like, do you want ants? This is how you get ants. And in my head, it's like, this is the world traveler. This is how you get world travelers. And that's what I put. That was in my head. And I've decided as I'm typing this that the familiar stuff that Jasper is seeing are actually baits to a trap, because Alvin says that's the reason why we're stuck. That's the reason why the insect heads or the insect people are stuck. They are not allowed to leave this world because they followed something familiar, which is interesting, which is an interesting trap, really. So, that would be, I want to see why that is as we're playing.
Yeah, I like that. Like, I literally an ant trap. You can come in, but you can't go out. I love that.
Exactly. Yeah, that's how you get ants, guys. That's how.
I'm literally having so much fun with this idea of, like, losing yourself when you wind up here. And there's always kind of, the way I'm writing, there's the lore, and then the grounding moment where she tries to remember things, and it's been fun. It's been fun. So the 8th hour is actually the end of what would be the workday, right? So
yeah, 8 hours, even in this world, capitalism.
We count it from when you wake up to the 8th hour of the day, and it's sort of implied that everyone just kind of wakes up at the same time. We don't say when it is, just the 8th hour. And the prayers are, do not let my mind wander away. Keep my name to me. Let my spirit remember. And I did a really interesting comparison here where it's just kind of a chant that people do. Like we did the Pledge of Allegiance, where most of the time, it's just words to say and no one's really focusing on it once they're beyond a point, right? There are, like, if you really try to hang on to them, it's just like a ritual, process. Like say the prayer, kiss the ground, and go on about your evening. And it's like the ground, it's the dirt. Coming back to that dirt, I'm having a lot of fun with that. We'll let them eat dirt, apparently. And I did establish she resisted the cake. And it was, I resisted the cake. I ate more dirt. I remembered more. Why does keeping myself whole have to suck so much when it would be so much tastier to just eat the sweets? No, dirt. Eat the damn dirt. And I have her say the phrase in her head, when in Rome, and then that's her like grounding point. And this is Rome. Rome is in Italy. Italy is far from my hometown, but I've been there twice. I ate spaghetti. I had espresso. And then that's when the memory, like, and that's kind of the thing is, like, as she starts to slip, I have her find a thing she can latch onto and start remembering home. I am going.
I actually, I'm
Sorry,
actually enjoying how I think I'm feeding off a little bit from you because but in the opposite way where you're like trying to hold on to what's familiar and what makes sense to you. And for me it's like, oh, the familiar is the evil one. There's something going on with the familiar stuff. And it's nice. I like that actually. Like even though we're playing together
Right.
inseparably, the world we're building is still being affected by each other, which is nice.
It's honestly, I mean, it's the idea of parallel play and actual, like, you know, pop psychology, I guess. I don't know if it's actually considered a psychological term, but it's just doing similar things near each other without having to interact with one another. But, you know, like, if I'm sitting next to my friend and I see they're on a certain website, I might pull it up on my own laptop or whatever. And it's like there are those feedbacks, but you're still doing the same thing just separately, just maybe for different reasons.
Yeah.
I know for a fact my friend and I used to sit next to each other playing The Sims.
I'm excited to see you play other people's like games and how the story comes out of it. Like how like it's still solo. I think we found a way where you could play solo journaling games together. I think we did it, guys. We've solved solo journaling where you can play. We've solved it. I've solved the problem of solo. Well, it's not really a problem.
I was even talking about this with my wife earlier about how this setup of this particular playstyle that I'm just doing for a show would be really fun as like a type of TTRPG, because I know there are duo TTRPGs or solo TTRPGs, but duos tend to be more play off of each other out loud like a traditional table. But having like simultaneous journaling prompts is fun. It kind of feels like it's, I hate to say it's time, but like, you know, half the YouTube channels I follow have that app that's like a couples game that you answer questions about each other or answer questions about yourself and then like connect and stuff. And I'm like, but you could do like a duo TTRPG almost like that through journaling stuff, and like with things like ellipsis and like where you can have shared documents, like it would be a really fun thing. So like now it's got my brain moving to be like, should I write a duo TTRPG? And like not make it a couples TTRPG, but a duo. And you could put romance in there. I know I will, because I'm a smut slut. But we can also, you know, you can do something platonic, you could do something adversarial, but like have essentially like, you know, you and another player like build a world with characters experiencing different parts of it, and then have the characters interact. Almost like ships passing in the night.
That's also a good idea for like if you want to build a world together with Missing Month, you would play different. You would play different prompts, and you come together and you have a world with the same like unless you pull the same prompts, it would come up with different world situations, and you can basically combine the two. That might be for a future enhancement for
Glaiza, maybe you and I should have a private chat to try to
we should talk about how expansions. I've had like expansion ideas. I've had expansion ideas for Missing Month where, as you may have noticed, the prompts are very open ended. Like it doesn't have sci-fi, it doesn't have fantasy. Magic exists, but it doesn't have specific of those tropes. You can definitely just play it however you want. You can make it sci-fi, whatever.
Right.
But one of the expansion ideas that I have is to release more prompts, but it would be sci-fi prompts. If you just want to play in sci-fi worlds where the questions would be more focused on sci-fi, where the questions would be more focused on steampunk, or there will be different themes if you want it to be more dedicated to that. That is some of the expansion ideas that I'm thinking of for the future when I when I release it. But there's a lot that you can do right now with Missing Month, and there's a lot more that I would be adding to it. But the idea of it becoming where you could build a world together, that would be the duology or the duet of Missing Month,
Right.
where you could just play this game together. Which honestly, it won't be much of a hard build to do. You would just be
Mm-mm.
playing in the same area, and the prompts, you pull different prompts, and you're in that same world. You know?
Right. I am I am obsessed. I'm obsessed with that. Yeah, but just I'm gonna sit and mull on that. But
Yes.
our next prompt is going to be a going home,
Yes,
and
it is a return home prompt. The return home prompts are all the same every time you play. The thing that will make it different is the time and what is the
mhm,
inspiration of the card. I really hope you don't pull another minute card, but I would be up for the challenge.
right. So I'm thinking we are just shy of about the halfway-ish point. So why don't you and I and everyone here take a little mini break, and then we can do our return home prompt.
I will be okay with that. I think that's a good time to take a break.
So now my question is, do you want me to pull the prompt card before,
Yes, we can
or
think about it a little bit
think
and
about it and then
do
sit
some work.
down? All right. So we are going to go ahead and shoof the dick and get an idea. Though if I do pull a 1 minute, we should just go ahead and do it.
Yeah, if you roll 1 minute, I will be like, let's go. Let's do it.
Check my work. Have we done a 10 of diamonds yet? I know we've done a 10 of hearts. Because I definitely was not thinking
We
smartly.
have done Queen of Diamonds only.
Okay.
So
we got a 10 of
no, I mean,
diamonds.
other than the ones that we pulled today, the past is just a Queen of Diamonds. So
Okay.
10 of Diamonds.
We have the 10 of diamonds, character prompts, game prompts. Where's my return home? Return home. And so we have 10 minutes, and diamonds is you put your hand in your pocket and you feel something you don't recognize. What do you think it is, and what do you do with it? And diamonds, something shiny.
Yeah, that seems about right.
Mm-hmm.
I do have a lot of like I've noticed that no wait. This is the second, third. This is the third
Second.
one where there's
Oh.
thing with pockets.
In 60 minutes?
This is the second one.
This is the second one.
What? No. Prompts. I have prompts where there's something in your pocket. I don't know what it is, but this is like I think the second or third prompt that I've noticed where you have something in your pocket. You pull it out. What is it? So it's a very interesting. It's very interesting for me to see the prompts getting pulled as we're playing because I'm like, cool. I did do a lot of food prompts, and apparently I also did a lot of something in your pocket prompts.
Oh, I see. Oh, yeah. No. I mean, the thing is, like, while it's technically a repeat, you don't have to repeat this. I mean, look,
You're at
if I
home.
had pockets that could hold things, no doubt
You're
they could hold
also
things.
you're also at home, and this is
Mhm.
something you don't recognize at home.
You know, and
Anyway,
it's
break
just
time.
like,
We should
yeah,
we
break
should
time. we can sit here and chit chat, but we should have a break, and everyone else should have a break. And let me get that going. So we're gonna take probably about 15 to 20. Get up, stretch your legs, get a drink, cuddle a cat, kiss your spouse, whatever. Have fun. Take a break when we take a break, and we will see you back in
See you soon.
20-ish. everyone. Hello, hello. Welcome back. I do know that I'm the teensiest bit late because I had to figure out which of my glasses my computer was going to like today. Welcome to your mid-30s. But we are picking back up with Parallel Play, and we are playing Missing Month with the game dev, Liza, and I'm having the best time. So, to catch anyone up who's just tuning in, we are playing a solo TTRPG called Missing Month, where you miss a month of your life somewhere else. And the prompts lead us to build the world around us. And we are hitting one of my favorite mechanics in this game, which is the return home. And I am having the best time because we've already drawn our card, and I actually specifically didn't think about it while we were gone because I wanted to come in.
I thought about it and then I forgot about it because I saw my son and I was just like, cool. And then I actually forgot the prompt altogether.
Perfect. Look, we are doing this so organically. This is how it's supposed to go.
Missing Month, I just want to tell you guys, is a love letter to all the things that I love. I love at that time when I was making it, continue to love right now. 1, world building. 2, Pomodoro timers. 3, my grandmother's stories. And 4, isekais. And in any part of an isekai, there are certain times where you return home. And this is the return home prompt scenario. So you can come back home with no memories of your time in the Missing Month world. But stuff still happens.
Look, I mean, I can pull this from personal experience because there are definitely vacations that once the margaritas started, and then I got home, I was like, I don't know what happens. Pull this from personal experience. I was going to think about the prompt, and then I remembered before I logged into stream, the outdoor cat that I've been feeding had started giving birth in my laundry room. Update: there are 5 kittens. Anyone in the Bible Belt want a kitten?
we are live right now over at Shiv's place with 5 kittens. So if you are interested in 1 kitten or 5, if that's your jam, if you are able
Check my blue sky. Once I clean up the absolute crime scene, I will be posting kitten daily pictures. Because they are precious little beans, and they did little newborn cry, and I burst into tears because one of them is a tuxedo, and I love tuxedos.
I love tuxedo.
So to remind both the players and chat, our prompt is the 8 of... Oh my god.
No, it's
10 of diamonds.
Diamonds,
Which...
yes.
The prompt for the return home is you put your hand in your pocket, you feel something you don't recognize. What do you think it is, and what do you do with it? And we got the prompt, something shiny.
Yes. Okay.
And we have 10 minutes.
10 minutes to spend time here in our home world, where Jasper remembers nothing of that magical world. I can do this. I made this game. I can do this. This is fine. I'm good at writing stuff.
Also, I am just Imani. I love you. I am just popping over to see the chat. Yes, you will get Kitten Cam. I will personally send you things, and everyone's going to get kitten updates, and I have to figure out what I'm going to name this litter, because the last litter that happened at my house was all sewing names, like Thimble and Bobbin, so I like to name them in theme. So, but 10 minutes on the clock, we're back home, and we don't know where we've been. We don't even know that we've been gone. Yeah. So, ready?
Ready.
All right.
All right.
I may have been a writer in this one and decided to set a Chekhov's gun on the table.
Made myself sad, which is usually what I always do with it with the characters anyway. So, yeah, that's the whole purpose of the return home scenario is to make yourself sad, really. Do you want to share what Gwenny did on their return home?
I mean, I think the first line cracks me up is "Christ alive, who closed last night?" And what she finds in her pocket is that stone. And stone feels very grounding, and it reminds her why she does what she does, and why she works herself to the bone. And her ex texts her in this, and she says, I don't have time for a personal life. I am just this business owner, YouTube personality, that kind of thing. And maybe when I get things to a certain spot, I can stop and remember who I am. And she's stone up on a shelf.
Oh, that is very nice. That's very nice. I have a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
Normally, do you know where you're leaning towards in regards to the staying or leaving portion?
It flips. It honestly changes prompt to prompt, and I kind of don't know until the end of the prompt whether it's stay or go. But I do know, like right now, the driving force is remembering. But now I have taken that little thing away.
So yeah, you did.
How that goes. Like it's me, like experiencing the story for the first time without an end point, which as a writer is kind of a scary thing to do, but it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun.
And honestly, that's what solo journaling really is. TTRPG is about. It's like you are writing the story, but you don't know how it ends yet because you're and you're still a part of it. Jasper brought home a fork. The fork that had the spaghetti, not spaghetti thing on it that we wrote earlier. That was in his pocket. I made that fork shiny. I made it one of those like shiny medieval forks. And that's what he found in his pocket. And he looked at it. He pulled it out of his pocket. He's like, "Oh, what is this? I've never seen this." And he looks at it and somehow he knows that, oh, that blue ink is something that is edible, but I know I wouldn't like the taste. It smells like flowers. It's just a callback to like that time where he ate something from that world and that was it. But then I started like having him sort of like figure out that this fork doesn't feel like it belongs here. And then I started talking about like the house that he grew up in, the house that he was in, where he opens the drawers and he knows that his parents buy sets of cutleries. There's never like, I don't know if it's just a Filipino thing or if it's an Asian thing or if it's an everybody thing, but everybody has sets of forks and spoons, and it's a set. You don't buy just a fork, whatever. You don't just, it's a whole thing. And he looks at it and he's like, this set does not belong anywhere. So he's just like, okay, that's weird, and puts it back in his pocket. And then he just sort of like goes out, hangs with his parents. And then there's like this moment where he's just like, why do I feel like I'm missing my parents? I saw them yesterday.
Right.
I saw them probably this morning. Like, that makes no sense. Also, why is it 5 o'clock in the afternoon? I don't even remember taking a nap. Like, what is happening? So it's one of those things where I'm just like, I'm making it sad but also funny. I think the last thing I put was the dad seeing him looking at the fork, and he goes, "Ooh, that looks like a fancy fork," and that's it, because I didn't have enough time to keep writing.
Like I said, I was doing my Chekhov's gun, because like, even if I don't know where it's going, I at least love to set foreshadowing, because I'm me.
Exactly.
Like I said, it's running into that, like, my writer brain meeting my TTRPG brain, meeting my theater brain. So I'm like, okay, I'm just like, we're gonna just go a full ham. So I bring up, like I said, I bring up the ex, and it, my phone dings. It's him again. God, he is incessant. And like, I silence it and get about my business. And that's when she kind of goes into like, she was married to her job, so she couldn't have time for a relationship. And then I say the phone dings again. I thought I set it to silent. I check the messages and there's nothing. And like, I've kind of started to establish like, if you forget who you are, everyone forgets you too.
Oh,
So I
nice.
don't know how much has been forgotten, but I just kind of put that in there because I had a little extra time and I was like, I can have probably one more sentence. And just the first thing that came out was just like, and now I have set a lot of things in motion with like a single sentence, which is very fun. And now I'm like,
that's fun.
because I had put,
That's fun.
like, I totally forgot to mention because like I'm just breezing through this, but like in the last like prompt in world with the prayer, she was noticing physical changes about herself, which is the sign that you're starting to kind of become, one of them.
Like them. Oh, okay.
And so like, yeah, it's fun. Like, I mean, honestly, this makes a great story, and there's probably a good chance that I will take these passages and add it out into a full story.
I think I was the only one who heard that. I think somebody followed me on my Twitch and it gave hello. And I think I was the only one who heard that. So anyway, it's fine.
No, I heard nothing.
You heard it?
I didn't hear anything. So
yeah, it was just mine. So I have set up my OBS so that when somebody follows me, I hear a hello, and I was just like, somebody went hello, and I was just like, oh, hello. That's weird. Anyway, that it was just random.
Yeah, so,
but
like, this is actually something, just even from a writing perspective, like, it's a great leaping off point that I can see padding this out at least to probably novella length.
So that's also one of the things that I've noticed while playing this game. It could be a good, like, if you want to build a world, it could be a good prequel that you just sort of like write to establish, and then you build the world and more, and it honestly is a good writing tool. I think, like, even if you already have a world in mind, then you can start building more of that world as you're doing it, and you also get a nice story out of it. You can come at it from like a world where you already have your ideas, or just let the questions come, let the world be built as you're answering the questions. I have no idea whether Jasper is gonna stay or go, because I've set it up where he's falling for this speaker dude who was supposed to be just a throwaway person, but on the prompt that came after, you have a companion that slapped the food out of your hand, and I was just like, well, the only person he just talked to was that speaker guy, so now he's stuck. And like, it's so much. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's so interesting because like when I'm writing, right, like I may not know where the story itself is going to end up, like the actual plot, but I usually have like some sort of romance in mind. I will be entirely honest, almost everything I write, because I started my writing as a fan fiction creator, and so like the point of fan fiction is you take your Barbies and smash them together, so you know what the ship is, and you're going to tag it as that ship. And so when I'm starting like an actual story, I usually start with, who are my two main characters, who are then going to be the Barbies I smash together while the plot happens around them. And so it's very interesting for me to not have that going in, and like I'm putting bits and pieces there. It's a totally new writing style for me, to focus more on the story and keeping everything so kind of contained around one character's experience. Because it's not usually how I write. I usually write duo POV, like all this. It's a fun exercise for me specifically. And if you are a person who loves writing fan fiction, do this. It's fun. It's a good. It's literally letting something happen completely organically and prompted but unprompted. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And I think that's one of the reasons why I think Missing Month is a really good solo journaling game, because when I was trying to figure out like when I was trying to makes Missing Month for the first time, this is my first solo journaling game. I've never made a solo journaling game before. I've played in a couple of them, but I've never made one. So, being the dork that I am, the first thing I did was research what is a solo journaling game? And I read descriptions. I've looked at other people's solo journaling games, and I said, okay, for me, a solo journaling game is like a couple of things where there's you're playing it by yourself. The solo part is you. The journaling part is you're writing down what's happening daily, or something is happening and you're writing it down. You're writing what's happening down. And the game part is you are playing, you're discovering the story as you go. You don't have the thing in your mind, you're discovering it, and that's where the prompts come in, the game part. So I think for one of the things that I really love about Missing Month is that you're basically writing a story and you're watching it unfold as it goes. You don't prep anything. You just go. You just do. And a very organic story comes out. Yeah, sure, you have to clean it up a little bit if you want to share it to the world.
Right.
But I think it's a very organic storytelling device to have.
It's kind of one of those things as like when I first started writing fan fiction in the Good Charlotte notebook. Don't at me. I like it started with an outline because we were taught in school, like if you're gonna write something you need to make an outline, and what plot points do you want to do, and like sometimes I'll yeehaw, but I at least have most of the plot in my head, and it's just very interesting for me to literally fire from the hip. Just like, now, do I always stick to that outline? No. Sometimes I will start making a character and then put them in situations, and the character will just wave it off and go, I wouldn't do that. And I'm like, okay, well, you know better than me. But like, this is just such an interesting kind of approach to, I'm literally experiencing it with the character. I don't know what's next. I don't know what's going on. I don't even have an end goal. Like right now where I'm sitting, I have no earthly idea what the choice is going to be. And it's really, it's a TTRPG. It's, you're experiencing the story with your character and don't know what direction it's going to be. And it's, as somebody who's never done a solo TTRPG before, it's fascinating to capture that essence without a dungeon master or a game master or storyteller or whatever. And it's like, it's all up to me, and yet I'm still here not knowing what we're doing.
That's actually why I love solo journaling games. You discover the story as you're playing, and I think more people would enjoy, I think, solo journaling games if they knew, the essence of what it's like to play it. You're playing,
Right.
You're playing by yourself, and you're enjoying it, and you're discovering the story without somebody else around. It's just you, and you're building the world. And there's so many solo TTRPG games like that as well. I like to joke that this is the best solo TTRPG game you're ever gonna have, but only because I'm a big fan of my game. But there's so many good ones. There's so many good ones that people. I'm really glad you're doing parallel play, because then more and more and more developers will be able to see and will be able to share their games, because it's such a good market to play it. Like, I think it's a market that's not a lot of people that don't have a lot of eyes on the solo.
Right. I genuinely, like, it wasn't until really I joined Blue Sky that I even knew it was an option, and I saw people posting about it. And I've been playing tabletop games since 2008. So like, this was like totally new to me. And so it just kind of, it as somebody who has lamented, oh, I don't speak to those friends anymore, or I don't want to go play with strangers, or like finding the time to sit down and have 3 uninterrupted hours, or heaven forbid 10 uninterrupted hours, to play a game with other people. It's like, oh no, I can just sit down and dedicate a few minutes here and there to this, which kind of lines up with the way that I've used like text RP with other people, but it's just me. So, and I just see chat, more games to do dungeon crawls. I'm gonna start trolling and crawling to try to find
We'll
one.
find they do exist, and we will find them. If not, I will make them. One of the things that I'm making right now is the gelatinous cube game where you as you tell the story, you're building a gelatinous cube pet, and at the end of it, you have a gelatinous cube pet in your hand as a new. Anyway, that's anyway. We should probably
We should do
right
our going home,
do
or
the
return
we should
home.
do the next part
Or
three.
next
We're
part,
part
no,
three now, right?
next prompt, which is going to
Part
be
three.
part 3, which we are going to play until we have had 90 minutes pass. So we're going to
Yes.
probably try to construct together 30 minutes. I'm not sure.
Yes.
Do you?
Our total time right now is 57 minutes. So, okay.
So we are gonna. Oh, hello, quickie. We're gonna start with the 2 of clubs,
Oh, okay. 2 of clubs.
which is you stay at this house. Your stay at this house is temporary. Describe the people that welcomed you, and will you be missed when you finally leave? Oh boy.
2 minutes for that?
minutes.
Why? I
Oh,
wrote this.
no.
Why? Okay. It's fine. It's fine. It's gonna be. This honestly, the shorter ones are the ones that I have the most hard time coming up with a prompt with, because I wanted to make sure that you have enough time to write that, but also, we can do this. We can do this. 2 of clubs. Yeah.
2 of clubs.
All right.
Minutes on the clock.
All right.
Go. Oh.
That was a short one.
Oh. Why does
Okay.
2 minutes feel like it takes forever when it's the last 2 minutes of your shift, but when you're writing, it's like, wait.
You're right. 2 minutes. Oh my gosh. Oh, 2 minutes. That was. I'll go. I've decided that Jasper's been living with Alvin, whenever he's in that world, and that we don't know how it started and who invited who to whatever first, but one day Jasper's just woke up and he's been staying at Alvin's house. Alvin lives with a bunch of other people, but they're all non-world travelers. And before the 2 minute ended, Jasper had asked Alvin did you meet yourself? Because it, as a setup for like, is that how you got stuck? The familiarity, like, because I put it in whatever. That was the last part. And I said he did not answer because I didn't have time to write what he said. And that's like another way of like deciding the story as well. You just didn't have enough time to write. Well, he's just silent. He's keeping the secret.
I kind of just want to read my whole passage. Like, I know that's a time thing, but it only took 2 minutes to write, so it shouldn't take long to read. But like, with all the things I'm establishing with like the world and the impact on like the people and stuff like that, it's like I really liked this one, especially because it was like I have 2 minutes to say a lot, but also say so little. And so it's, I can say their names easily in their natural form, but apparently they want to be called by the ones I pull from them. Jeremy is here with me. They are Sylvia and Mark. They cannot remember if they knew each other before. Before what? That bit I can't recall. But they are sweet. They feed me dirt. It seems strange, but they insist upon it. My mouth feels foreign and my fingers feel suspiciously short. I could will them to be longer, but the dirt prevents me from wanting to. I know I have to leave eventually, but Sylvia and Mark would be greatly missed.
I like the they feed me dirt. That's nice.
And just that like just that switch of like she's always grounding herself from in home, and like just putting that stone up there was just kind of a fun little exercise for me to be like, okay, well now everything seems really normal to you, and the things that would keep you normal seems really foreign.
That is very and it's going to be interesting because there's a couple of return home scenarios still coming up.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm very interested to know what's going to happen to Gwenny. Honestly, yeah. Alvin and Jasper are probably gonna kiss. I've made them gay, so I don't know what you expect.
Like I said, I ship it. Okay, look, you're doing what I can, because apparently for once I'm not focusing on romance.
they're gonna kiss. Alvin and Jasper are gonna kiss.
Spoilers.
I'm sorry. Spoilers, guys. But I'm already shipping my own 2 characters that I've made. Will they get a chance to kiss? We'll see, based on the prompts that we pull. But I want them to kiss. I'm shipping them, so we'll see where it goes.
Smash
We
the
are
Barbie.
at 59 minutes, including the 2 minutes of the clubs. Let's go.
So we've got a 6 of clubs now. Apparently we're on clubs right now.
Clubs.
Ah, this is a fascinating one. I like this one. I'm just gonna tell you I like every single one because it's always fun. There's a season in this world that's unlike any from your own. When does it happen, and how do you feel about being exposed to it?
Okay. There's a season. Okay. All right.
6 minutes.
All right, 6 minutes. I can do this. Yeah. This is. I think I made the shorter prompts, more of like the world building, like what's the thing, like a lot of like specific stuff. And then the longer prompts to be more esoteric, I guess the word is what I'm looking for.
Abstract?
Abstracty, I guess.
Yeah.
You're correct. Because like I feel like with the shorter ones, you're like, all right, you gotta get stuff out as quickly as possible. And you have more time when you're thinking, of like when you.
Well, it feels like something is. You say simple, but like something as simple as like a season is pretty easy to kind of just get out relatively quickly. But then, like, yeah, when you get into like the deeper, more esoteric, abstract, cultural kind of impacts of stuff and the personal things, like you want more time for that. Like, I definitely see the logic behind the shorter things versus the longer things. I like it. So 6 minutes on the clock. Got it?
6 minutes. Yep.
What was your season?
Anyway, there's a fight. I will tell you the season. I put the season as the season of the falling stars. And Jasper goes, "What do you mean? Falling stars happen all the time where I come from, back at Earth." And Alvin looks at him and says, "In this world, during the season of the falling stars, all of the stars that fall disappear forever and are replaced with new constellations and new stars." And Jasper goes, "What? That's not how stars work." And Alvin goes, "They're doorways to different worlds." And that's what I think causes us to get stuck. And Jasper goes, "But you said if I follow the familiar things, I will get stuck." That's what you said. You said that I should run away from the things that remind me of home because that means I get stuck here. What do you mean? Anyway, so I just made it into a fight. And the last line is, "How long have you been stuck here? Answer me." And I didn't have enough time to write more. And
Oh, we love
I've made it.
Stutter stop. Yeah, we love that.
I've made it great. You think they're gonna kiss? Well, guess what, buddy? They're not. They're fighting.
We gotta earn it. Yeah, I did the Crimson Rain. Looks like blood falling from the sky.
Nice.
But that's not really the important part. I mean, technically, yes, we're talking about the season, but at first she's like, "Why am I reacting to the Crimson Rain like this? Like, it's just the Crimson Rain, but rain isn't crimson, right? And why would I think that? And this happens every 5 turns of the moon, but why am I measuring by the moon?" And that's when kind of memory starts coming back.
Good.
And she
remember.
Remembers that she hasn't seen a ton of blood in her life, but she's cut herself on things in a kitchen. And like, as she's starting to like be like, "I'm a baker, I do this is, and then she remembers her name and says, "The name hits me like a Mack truck, and I try to remember what the hell a truck is." And
hey, call back to Truck-kun. Hitting Jasper earlier last.
Yep.
And
so her being like, "I'm not from here. My name is said with lips and a tongue and not mandibles." And then she catches her reflection, and her reflection shifts back to more human, and then focuses on her hands to remember what her hands looked like. And the line that got me was, "Damn, I need a manicure." And then, "Why is the rain red? Rain isn't red." Just kind of, I'm having a lot of fun with her, having moments of, the time knife, and then also, wait, no, that's a weird thing. I don't know that.
It's a weird thing to know. What do you mean, the time knife?
So it's
I'm
just kind
having
of
a lot of fun hearing about this because it's really one of my favorite tropes where you're like, "Oh, you've lived here your whole life," and then suddenly you're like, "Wait, no, I haven't. What do you mean? I don't know what this is." And it's so interesting to see how Gwenny just sort of remembers things and what prompts that brings up,
Look, as somebody who's had a bit of an identity crisis, maybe every 5 years like clockwork, this is a very interesting thing to kind of come back to yourself and remembering this wasn't always me and that kind of stuff, and kind of just having a little bit of an outlet to have those kind of weird depersonalization moments of strip this bit away, what do you do now, and what that grounding force is which, as we've started to see, is her passion, is the baking. That's just driving her. And
It's not just the rock that she left behind. It's what she does, why she, the baking and why she loves it. Very nice.
And if you think about somebody who's dedicated their life to something, it's going to be the part of their life that everything touches, so it's fascinating to just kind of have a workaholic who's unhealthy in some ways, but still remembers why they work so hard.
why they're so passionate about it. With Jasper, I'm reading books where betrayal is happening. And I honestly didn't think Alvin would betray Jasper. But now I'm like, maybe there is some sort of betrayal happening there. So again, like, it's really fun to just see where I'm at when I'm playing Mr. Month, because it really just sort of like tells the story based on my brain. What story am I I'm also watching a lot of Case Closed, where there's a lot of like murders happening. So there's a lot of betrayals and a lot of stuff happening here. So it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun.
I let the record show, let chat know, let everyone who ever watches this know, I am not doing any of this on purpose. The cards are being pulled at random.
Yeah.
I just pulled the greatest card.
Oh no!
Follow this for Jasper.
Oh man, okay.
King of Hearts.
Oh, okay.
And it is 13 minutes on the clock.
That's gonna suck in a affectionate way.
What do you remember when you return, and what do you forget when you leave? They ask as they lie next to you. Because I don't remember anything when I return here, only that I've been here. Do you say anything as they grow quiet?
Oh.
I shit you not. Completely unprompted. Random, shuffled the deck and everything.
Oh,
I pulled
sucks.
possibly the best card for Jasper's story.
Oh, that sucks. In affectionate way. I am gonna have so much fun with this.
So we have 13 minutes for you to try to patch things up with Alvin.
Okay, wait. So, okay. I'm gonna bring up my own prompt for my own copy of this, so I can like really look into it, because that is a good follow up for like the thing that I just did.
I'm literally gonna copy paste the dialogue from the prompt as the start of this, and then I will put my time on the clock.
Okay.
And
I'm also gonna put it in here so I can look at it.
Yeah, I'm gonna put the both of the dialogue bits and copy text.
13 minutes, and then what we stopped at 67, so now we're at 70 minutes total, right?
Yeah.
After this 13 minutes, okay.
So, yeah. So, ready?
Okay. Ready.
You're ready? Are you ready? Maybe this is when we get the smoochies, or maybe we hate each other more.
Maybe, I knowing me, it's gonna be. We'll see. I'll be typing, and we'll see how it goes.
All right, everyone, stay tuned to see if this is a bury or gaze game. Okay, 13 minutes on the clock. Let's go.
did it.
Did they smooch?
They did not. No, there was no smooching. Um, it's too early for that. We're still in there's not no no kissing happened here. Um, just a quick description of what I wrote. The card that you pulled, I decided to turn it into a memory. Um, he was remembering that one time where Alvin, lying down next to him, was telling. I actually wrote. This is what I wrote. Because I thought it was funny, and I'm hilarious. I put uh, a memory strikes me as we're lying next to each other in brackets like bros. And they quietly asked me that question because I'm hilarious. But basically, I treated it as a memory where Jasper and Alvin were like lying down next to each other and I don't know, not doing it. And we're just, Alvin just asked Jasper, be like, hey, what do you remember when you leave and when you come back? Because I don't remember anything, only that I've been there. And Jasper then realizes that, Alvin doesn't remember his world. Um, and he doesn't remember what it's like to be in that world. And is that and then Jasper starts thinking like, is this something that he forgot now that the travel to his world has closed? Is this what's going to happen to me? But Jasper didn't realize it at that time. And Jasper basically spent that time answering, like telling them about his family and his mom's cooking and his father's, voice while karaoke, the inside jokes that he shared with his siblings, and he was just remembering all that, and that all like brought back the anger that he had felt against Alvin for because he believes that Alvin has tricked him and lied to him about not chasing the familiar. So what Jasper did now is just he ran away and looked for that cave where he was earlier in the very beginning. And in that cave, he found so much writing. And the walls were covered in writing, and all it said was over and over again was, find me, Jasper. Find me. Find yourself. Find me before it's too late. Find me. And Jasper looks at it. It's kind of creepy. He was almost like thinking of like, man, maybe I should just get out of here. This is kind of creepy. But also he was like annoyed. Like, you can't even give me you spent all this time writing this with no instructions to find you. So he's just remembering the anger, the annoyance that he felt, and he wrote back in a small available space and wrote, how can I find you? And that's the end of the thing. So
I am gonna be entirely honest. My 13 minutes had me bordering on tears.
nice.
And I'm still kind of like, I just went back and was like, just kind of breezing through it because it just kind of came to me, and I don't know. It just like, oh god, I'm gonna Shiv Lord dump all in like the first few episodes, and there will be no mystique to me. I had a moment last year where I experienced complete depersonalization, and I did not know who I was. Like, literally, not just like, oh, what do I do with my life? But like, I had no idea who I was, and I had a hallucination in the shower. It was a very scary experience. And I kind of got it out in this. The act of trying to remember yourself when you don't have the reinforcement of who you are already set there. And it's her and Jeremy, because I guess we're doing it, laying in a bed, literally like torturing themselves trying to summon memories. And it's not, I mean, it's romantic in its own way, but it's like torturous in others. Like, they're literally like in pain summoning these memories. And it like, emetophobe's where I'm also an emetophobe, so I don't write it gratuitously, but like the force of pulling a memory makes her sick, which we know she's been eating dirt, and she's like, dirt sucks going down, and it's even worse coming up. So like, and it's like, as they're starting to remember bits, they start to look more human. And we have learned Jeremy has blue eyes and ginger hair. and she has pink hair and tattoos, but she
Oh, nice.
can't summon what the tattoos are. Like, and like, it's like the more you try to find yourself, it hurts worse, but you become more yourself. And when it's asked like, what do you remember when you're home, and what do you remember when you come back here? It's I remember why I bake, and then but I forget that I bake when I'm here, and like that kind of stuff. And like as they're trying to summon, like she's like, I have pets. They're named after someone because she has the pair of parrots named Mulder and Scully, and
That's
like
right.
he tries to remember his pets, and like it's like that's when he starts kind of looking a little more human. He kept rabbits, um, and like yeah, he's the one who points out your hair is pink, and she says it's pink, and like kind of like then says I have tattoos, but I can't remember what they are, and like um when she finally gets ill, and it kind of is implied this is like a ritual that they do. Um, like that's enough for now. We should get some rest. And it's like, how much do you have to try to remember at the end of the day to at least just be yourself when you go to bed? And I was just like, that terrifies me, and I love it so much.
Honestly, just uh it's wonderful to see this game being played by you, and it's what I really like. So one of the reasons why I did character creation portion, and I think I mentioned this last week. Um, I wanted to have like a little bit of a separation, right, from who you are as a player and who the character that you're playing in, because I had played a different game before when I was writing this, and it was just you just sort of like ended up playing as yourself, and at some point there's going to be character bleed, and it's just going to be painful. But one of the things that I really wanted to do when we're playing Missing Month is that you are creating a different person. Yes, you can
Mhm.
relate to that person, you're creating the whatever, but
Right.
it's also a way to protect you from like very strong character bleed, because I could see this very much causing a lot of problems with other people if you're constantly playing as yourself,
Right.
especially when it comes to memory issues, right?
Mhm.
um and I another background here, uh and a little bit of a content warning. I'm going to talk a little bit about dementia and my grandfather. um the story of Missing Month is what my grandmother used to explain to her grandkids why our grandfather sometimes didn't remember us, and
Ah,
that's where it came from. Like for a long time, she would look at my grandfather and be like, oh, he's just away, like he's gonna come back. And
wow, and
that's
I just
again
wandered
like,
right into that.
and it was i didn't I didn't really do that on purpose, but it was just like it was what my grandmother used to explain it to her grandchildren. And for me, I think that that's why Missing Month is super important um to me. And it really is a love letter to my grandmother and to my grandfather. My grandmother always said that my grandfather hunted monsters, and
Yeah.
monsters in the Philippines, and she would tell me stories about that. And I think that was her way of like dealing with the heartache.
Yeah.
um
No, that's
and
really it, and for me, like it's so interesting because, like I said, that was a kind of painful thing to rehash, but it wasn't bleedy. Like I would have cried reading this if it wasn't something I wrote. Like it's just one of those things that like I look. We are just gonna content warning. We are gonna talk about dementia and stuff like that for a moment because I unfortunately have dealt with it a lot. in the aftermath. I have a background in mortuary work. I have worked in funeral homes and stuff like that. And there's a lot of things that I have seen, and like I have obviously faced down my own mortality and stuff like that, because when you're around death, you just kind of think about it a lot. But the one that scares me the most is if I lost myself before I was gone. And so like that's just kind of, to me, if I were to write a horror movie or a horror book or something like that, that would be my guiding force, because as somebody who spent so long finding themselves, losing that is scary. And I think that's why when we had the first thing of right out the gate, we're going to do something scary, you're getting chased, it was just like, I guess the first like horror trope that came up to me was, well, it's a place you lose yourself. And like this particular passage was really, honestly, I think some of my finest writing I've ever done. Like,
I'm
just
so proud.
And honestly, I'm just I'm just kind of proud of firing from the hip with just something that is deeply personal, but just enough disconnected that it's just like, I can kind of touch this without it sending me into a spiral. And it's kind of now starting to inform where the ending is going, but I still don't know if we're there. And that's just sad. Weirdly, like, I brought myself to tears. I had the best time.
And that's, I think, honestly, like, a lot of people are like, when I first, like I said, when I first made this game, I had shown it to other people. I'm like, well, I don't understand why we spend so much time making the character. It's more of like, it's a protection for you. So you know that this character is not you. It could be something related to you and a part of you, but it's not you. And you can honestly explore this world as deep as you'd like, or as light as you like, you know. And that's great. But it's definitely one of those things that it's meant to protect you, really.
It's definitely something that is like, I'm trying to think like how to frame it. I just had good words, and I guess I just used all my good words. Like, we talked about the replayability and like how you're always going to start kind of a little bit more closer to yourself, and it is going to be fun when I come back around to this game a little bit further from myself, as opposed to
the first time you play, it's definitely going to be very close to who you are, because this is the first time you play and who you are.
We talked about, like, you know, I want to come in and play an asshole. Like, I want to come in and play somebody who cares about money. I want to come in and play somebody who, you know, doesn't care about other people. And it's like, you're going to find stepping stones as you play that over and over to explore not only a new world, but a new character. And it's going to make you a little bit more conscious of how maybe other types of people approach the world. So let me, but
do you want to take like a 5-minute break?
No, I'm good. Like,
okay.
It's weird to be like, I just faced something very scary, but I did it really well in my writing that I'm like sort of weirdly proud of it. So
you did it in a safe way, which honestly,
like,
there's so many things that I think like content warnings and trigger warnings are so important, because you have the choice to do it in a safe way.
Right.
I think I'm really like, one of my proudest moments right now is this, because like you were able to tell the story, this very important story, and you're proud of it, and it you did it in a safe way, and I'm really proud that I have put in the work in this game to make it safe, you know?
Yeah, no, and it's, I mean, most therapists will tell you to journal, just in general, but it's like sometimes when you're journaling about yourself, it's easy to spiral, but like having like these prompts is really easy to kind of have, yeah, that safe distance to touch on
The
those things.
time is also important. The time part, um, where you're only in that world for that time. So
Right.
maybe you're about to get into like something really scary or whatever, but the fact that it's a limited time. The
Right.
timer stops you from going, and then that's also the reason why I have like the breaks, the 5 minute breaks, because
Mhm.
it can get really heavy, and then you just need to have like the time to step away. That's why the
Right.
5 minute breaks are important when playing this game, because some of it could bring, you know, definitely
Yeah.
a lot of like memory issues is the problem that you may face while playing this game.
Apologies. Apparently, it's WrestleMania right now. But uh, I did pull another heart, which I'm really
Okay.
excited about. It's a six of heart,
Okay.
which our prompt. Hold on, I'm gonna ping somebody asked
We are at 76 minutes.
to ping on We Are Good. So and honestly, mad respect. Person in chat was like, tell me when it's safe to come back. We were talking about something, and we did preface what we were talking about, and this is the importance of like content warnings.
Safety tools.
It's like it's not it's not saying like, oh well, I'm just gonna walk away and never look back at this again. It's like, no, it's good, we're good. Like like I said, I also utilize it. I love the site Does the Dog Die. I love basically open source, like, hey, this is the thing that I cannot handle seeing, and there is somebody on Tumblr, I bet you, that has a full encyclopedia of this thing you
Spoiler.
don't like is in this at this timestamp, and this is what happens, so you can decide whether or not you were there. So
I'm a
mad
big fan
respect.
of spoilers myself. I spoil myself on every book, every movie, everything I read, just to see if it's something I can handle.
Right.
And there are movies that are beautiful, well done. I've never watched, but I've read them. All about. I've read them, and I think more people should take advantage of that. But also, I understand why people are not fan of spoilers. I, on one hand, spoil myself all the time with everything, so that I'm always ready to go,
Look,
you know.
by all intents and purposes, I am caught up on One Piece simply because my wife needs to talk about it. Uh, I am currently watching the live action, and I'm going
Nice.
to tackle the manga now that I have time. And, but I at least know everything that happens, so it's more one of those things that, like, maybe for me, I love spoilers because it's telling you the end point, but the fun part is the journey there.
Exactly.
So,
I know what's gonna happen. I'm gonna experience it for myself. I have the choice to partake.
and the One
which is
Piece
why-
is the friends we made along the way, calling it now.
Oh no, don't do that. Not for me. I've waited for so long. Uh,
But 6 minutes in the six of hearts. This is another fun one, especially with following what we've been building up. Is welcome back, they say as you firmly shake their hand. How long are you going to be staying this time? Well, you tell them.
ooh. Okay. Okay.
I have the clock ready.
Yeah. Let's do this.
All right, 6 minutes on the clock. Let's go.
Oh my god. Okay.
This is a good one. This is very positive. I like this one. This is very good.
Okay.
What's Jasper up to? Who's shaking his hand? Are you
All right. Well, I'm gonna actually read it really quickly for you. It's really not. I think it's really smart, but the writing isn't very nicely done because I just wrote in 6 minutes. I open my eyes and see my own face staring at me. Welcome back. It's nice to see you again. How long are you gonna be staying this time? I don't respond because I am flabbergasted at seeing my own face and the person looking right back at me. I say, what is happening? I'm you when you're not here. Say that again. I'm you when you're not here. I sit down because I have no idea what he's talking about. All right, I'm going to do a quick lore dump for you, okay? When we first traveled here, our consciousness sort of got separated. I'm the you that takes over when you're not here. When you return to your world or our world. Normally, you don't see me because when you come back here, we combine together. The only way, so sometimes I've left notes, and the only way you can see me is when we're both. The only way you can see me when we're both here is if you ask how you can find me. At this, I interrupt and say, "Then why didn't you just say so in your notes?" And then the other Jasper responds, "Look, buddy, I'm just learning this world just as you are, okay? Chill out." I hear my own voice and my own attitude, and I'm confused as ever. And I ask, what happened to Alvin? The other Jasper looks down. He's the Alvin that got stuck here. He thinks he's the only Alvin. And then the timer ran out. So I made it weird.
I love it. God, that's great. Amazing. No notes. Okay. I'm gonna read mine because it's 6 minutes, it's not gonna be long, and it's kind of really wholesome.
Nice.
I dig it. So using the prompt without copy pasting is Jeremy's words make me laugh. My hair must have returned again. I'm thinking of maybe a week this time. That's my personal record. Jeremy's got me beat by a day. I'm determined to best him at this twisted game we play. Who stays the most human the longest? I never thought busting down that door to reveal his ginger hair would give him the leg up. Turns out being the only ginger in town was a point of pride. It's actually been long enough for us to realize my hair is actually blonde. Of course we knew it was dyed pink, but damn if these roots don't need some attention. I remembered my hair gal the other day. That was a big win. The tattoo on the inside of my wrist is a croissant, at least for now. I know it's a baked bit. My knuckles read bake on one hand. The other is still up for debate. We have jokes about whether or not we can inaccurately remember to change a tattoo we regret, which promptly reminded me of my tramp stamp. Florida is a hell of a place, and apparently I thought a dolphin at the base of my spine was the height of class at 18. Jeremy has a Navy tattoo on the inside of his forearm, though he still can't figure out his rank, though we at least can figure out he's out of the military, judging by the fact that his hair is past his shoulder blades. And he remembers cars, so no dashing pirate age naval officer here, no matter how cool that would be. Turns out my nose is pierced, which was wild to discover when I forgot I had a nose. I used to resent the little bump on it, but it's me. It's my nose.
That's lovely. That is really lovely. Just getting to really love yourself, and I love that. I really like that.
So, it's kind of one of those things where it's like remembering even the bits you don't like, but loving them as you come back to them because it makes you you. I don't know. It was just surprisingly wholesome. And I like this trying to remember tattoos into a bit of a game. And at least visually for me, it's the idea of these things that are so permanent being a bit nebulous as you try to remember what it is. So she only has her knuckle tattoos across one hand that says bake, and having to try to remember what the other 4 letters are. I don't know. It was just kind of fun. And as somebody who has tattoos, the idea of, if I had to summon them from memory, would I inaccurately remember them if I forget it? And then it's but then you think forget, and it's oh no, there's the tattoo I regret. Okay, yeah, I have dolphin tramp stamp.
Uh,
I was joyous in this particular prompt.
I'm having so much fun, but I do want to do a time check. We have been playing for almost 4 hours,
Oh.
just so you're aware.
Mm-hmm.
I'm having a good time.
Yeah, I guess
But
we have technically surpassed the allotted time slot. Because we yapped a lot in this one. And I'm
oh
like,
my god.
I didn't like. Okay, so if I was playing this by myself, obviously it would take a lot less time. But it's so much fun to sit here and have the debrief.
Yeah.
And like we could definitely. I really want to finish out this story, and I would love to do a part 3 to Missing Month.
I would love to do a part 3. I would love to finish this story because we are having
Yeah, right.
Goddess.
Oh, darn. We need to fill more time slots. So, I'm going to go ahead because we are nearly to a return home.
We could do until another return home.
Yeah,
But
let's finish out to where we're going to start up at a return home next time.
Okay.
So
I hope you get a bigger number because we're at, how many are we at? 76 minutes. So
yeah, we're gonna have to. So let's shuffle and maybe pray for a face card.
actual month-long missing month game.
Let's see. Look, we're missing a month. Okay.
This is where it goes.
Have we done the King of Diamonds yet?
The King of Diamonds? Did you
No,
say? We have not done the King of Diamonds.
Mm-mm. Okay.
All right.
Well, we got a 13-minute, so I've literally pulled a king. I willed a king from the deck.
And that means we are at 89 minutes, right? Well, that means we will start
literally
next. Yeah.
Okay. I will take a screenshot and send it to you. I literally pulled the King of Diamonds, like just willed it into existence. And this is a fun prompt. The piles of treasure continue to grow as more people treat them as mere garbage to be discarded. Describe the treasure that people from your world have gone to war for.
Oh.
Right.
Man. Where was my head when I wrote that prompt? I wonder. Yeah, that's a prompt.
That is an incredible prompt, especially like with the characterization we've had with like these folks in particular. So that is 13 minutes on the clock.
13 minutes on the clock.
Do you need a second? Are you ready to go?
Here so that I will remember. Okay.
All right. Ready?
Ready.
I actually finished before the timer. I couldn't think of something to fill that last few seconds. I was like, no, I like where I ended that.
Ugh.
What is accuracy people throw away?
I mostly made that part as like a window dressing sort of thing to make Jasper realize that he really did not belong in this world. He did not have the same, he didn't belong in. It's just jewels. It was mostly just dress settings because what I made Jasper realize was that when he leaves this world, the Jasper that stays here, it's his home. This is where he's from. Basically, I've made it a doppelganger world where like every single person in this world has a doppelganger from different worlds, and sometimes they just sort of come here. That's why the insect people were chasing after him the first time. They weren't here to like kidnap him or put him in trouble. He just couldn't understand him. They were trying to get him to explain what's happening. Alvin, on the other hand, destroyed the part of him that kept leaving, and that's why he's stuck here. And he destroyed his memories, and that's he doesn't. They don't believe that. Basically, I've turned Alvin into a bad guy, and it's fun.
Gotta give him the Hans treatment.
I've made them the bad guy, sort of, but then it'll be like, what's the word? It would be a bad guy that was. Have you watched or heard of the movie where the guy was in space and they were traveling through? It's a terrible Chris Pratt movie, and I hated it.
Yeah.
The one where space.
Yeah, no, that one was. Yeah. I remember the concept just not sitting right with me. So
I didn't watch it, but I read it because I wanted to know what happened, and I didn't like it because like they made it like it was a romantic movie, but it's not. It's this guy who stole a woman's life because he didn't want to be alone, and that's what I've turned Alvin into. They are they're coming up with ways to get Jasper to stay here permanently and to not come home, because the Jasper that lives here does not feel the same way, has been here forever, has his own life. And when the season of the stars fall and the world sort of like changes, they just sort of go back home and they just live their life normally, and Alvin is alone. Right. And Alvin is lonely, and now they are trying to make Jasper be one of them. And honestly, good for me, like I could have fallen for the the trope of like they'll still kiss. I'm gonna tell you guys that they'll still kiss, but it would be
I can fix him.
I can. It would be an interesting. It would be an interesting story, because one of the things that I love about my stories is that I really, really enjoy making sympathetic sort of bad guys, and in this case, I don't know if I made Alvin sympathetic, but he's definitely not doing the right thing here because he's lonely and he doesn't want to lose Jasper. And unfortunately, he's destroying two lives. He's destroying the Jasper who lives in this world and the Jasper from home, because the Jasper from home can never return.
Glorious. I love that. I went a little more literal.
Okay.
And I'm not even like disappointed in myself for doing that. Because
the prompt is just a suggestion, really.
Right. Like, I think the thing that I really liked was I'm calling back to that whole she's only on the grind to survive.
Right.
and currency and money don't matter to her, but she has to have it, right?
Right.
And then I was like thinking, I was like, gold happens in creeks and rivers naturally, right? Like we can just pan for gold, mine for gold, like right there, you know? And so I've brought up that she has dyed hair, and I don't know why, like, it just like overlapped in such a way. It was like, when you have a fashion color, you worry about metals in your water. And so gold's just in the water here. It's
Nice.
just, and it's treated like calcium buildups and soap scum. If you have a drink of water and a nugget of gold, you just spit it out. You're like, bleh. You know, like why would I want metal in my water? And so, like, the creek beds, like the there's like almost like beaches that are just made of gold nuggets because it's people who like were just having a drink and just like that and just tossed it. And so like the edges of the creek just look like beaches of gravel, but it's gold nuggets.
Nice.
And it is a siren's call. The more human you are, you want to grab that gold, shove it in your pockets, but when you touch it, you forget again. And
Nice.
so you have the handfuls of gold and you're like, what am I doing here? And then you just drop it. And it's just like a reset. And so it's I have Jeremy stop her and be like, look, you don't need to be
It's like
doing
the
that
dirt thing.
anymore. Yeah.
It's like the dirt thing as well, right?
Right.
That's really good.
Yeah, and so yeah, it's with my pink hair. I remember my water filter on my shower, the way I gag and groan when I have to change it. Specialized shampoos that remove the metals from my hair. The way I'd complain when I stayed somewhere with hard water. That's gold here. That's what they treat something that is used to crown monarchs and determine the best athletes. Just toss it in the trash when it finds its way into your life. And that was a fun one. That was a fun one to just be like, I can pull the actual parts of her and like also her philosophy into one thing and just put metal and water. So
Really nice.
and
And again, like it shows the way, like it really just depends on where your head is at while
Mhm.
you're writing and what you're doing, and that's what I really love, especially with the built-in 5-minute breaks in the game. You get like, it's recommended that you take 5-minute breaks, and it's definitely one of those things that like you come back at it and you discover things that you know that you may not have come up with because you're so intent into writing the story and finding like the 5-minute
Mhm.
break is there to just sort of like as a reset as well, so
yeah, it's just it's really fascinating, especially because now I'm like referencing back things I had written a week ago, and like I kind of remember with the character those things, and I don't want to be like, here's how you should play this game, but like do the character creation and then walk away.
Yeah.
Like do like the first
walk
round.
away. Like the 5-minute break is a suggestion.
Yeah.
Leave. Take a whole day. Play it every
Right.
week. I don't know. Don't
Like it really is kind of fun because I didn't reread what I've written. I just am trying to pull from my own memories. I'm writing a character who's trying to do the same, and it's a lot of fun. It's been such an interesting concept to play out in real time.
yes.
But I really like that I've touched on the like remembering yourself and that kind of stuff with something that, well, there's going to be at least a week break between each time we touch it. So, yeah. So, stay tuned. Check our socials. We're going to figure out when we're going
The next
to
part.
touch on Missing Month. For
This is just
a
me
part
tricking
3.
everyone here to like keep me on the show, keep me on Find Out Productions. I'm just coming up with
so
ways.
close to a bingo, having played with all of us. We are so close. I appreciate that you are so gung ho about just being like, yes, let's do it. Just maybe our mascots are Glaiza and Leonard. So we'll go ahead and touch on back to this. But right now, we are going to leave ourselves at the discarded treasure. And
Yes.
our next return home prompt will be the first spot that we start at next time. And we're going to go through the final set of prompts. And then we'll say goodbye.
Yes.
I'm looking forward to that the most.
I'm very excited to do the goodbye part as well. It's one of my favorite because I didn't know how to end it, and when I was making Missing Mile, I was like, how am I gonna end this? And that was a stroke of genius for me because I think I'm a genius in making Missing Month. I'm really proud of this game. But I'm so glad that you basically spend the time to reread what you wrote, and that's when you choose because you just sort of leave and never come back to this world as that character.
It's
Or the world that is your home. So like,
I will say, like I said, I was doing my own kind of personal one outside of it. I am not going to touch the goodbye until I do it here on stream because I want my first time doing that to be totally fresh. Here.
Yeah.
And I'm like really looking forward to kind of the whole process, and especially with this character who I've just kind of grown to love as she's just it's like I know I've established she's somewhere in her mid-30s, I think, or like early 30s or something, and it's like, yeah, like finding yourself when you've just made your life your job, but your job is still something you love. Like it's a really fascinating just kind of mental exercise. So we are going to go ahead and sign out. I am Shiv. I can be found both here at Find Out Productions and also Dr. Bubbles PhD, just about anywhere that's got some form of handle. If you see Dr. Bubbles PhD, it's probably me, except on Xbox Live. I have figured out that Dr. Bubbles PhD is not me on Xbox Live, or at least not one I can access. It might have been me at one point. So I just know that that is not my handle when I have to use Xbox Live. Otherwise, yeah, catch me here with Parallel Play. We're going to keep doing solo TTRPGs and see how these games can be played so differently, yet still feel very the same in its vibe. And thank you again for joining me, Liza, for my maiden journey.
I'm so glad this one shot has become a 3-shot sort of thing now. Hi, I'm Glaiza. He, they, she pronouns in order of what makes me go in my brain. I do a lot of things on the internet, and you can find that by going to connect.classicalglaiza.com. If you find a classical Glaiza, hey, guess what? You found me. If you find a different Glaiza, proceed with caution. That's not a friendly Glaiza, and you should stay away.
Well, thank you all for hanging out with us, fucking around with Find Out Productions, and I will see you guys next time. Bye.
Bye.